I'd like to welcome everybody to the June 3rd, 2024 meeting. The council will be seeking to go into closed session pursuant to, you can give me the paper. Sorry. Pursuant to A3 to consult, excuse me, NCGS 143-318-11, A3 to consult with the town attorney Grady Richardson in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged. A5 to establish or to instruct the public body's staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price, other terms of a contract or a proposed contract for the acquisition of a real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease, or the amount of compensation or other material terms of an employment contract or proposed employment contract. Also, A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or an employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. Does the council have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to call this meeting into order. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for coming out for our June the 3rd, 2024 meeting. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest in regards to, or a appearance of a conflict of interest in regards to anything on the agenda tonight? Mr. Larkin?
No, sir.
Mr. Corbett?
No, sir.
Mr. Hardegraves?
No, sir.
Mr. Posner?
No.
Mr. Nairn?
No, sir.
All right, moving on. Amendment and approval of the draft agenda. Does any member of council have anything that needs to be added or changed?
I'd like to make an addition to old business, add discussion of the development agreement.
All right, we'll put it in at number 1 in the old business and move everything down from there. Anyone else have anything? If not, do I have a motion to approve the draft agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Action discussing from results from closed session.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, there was no action taken that is reportable in open session.
Next up, be general council discussion. Does any member of council have anything that needs to be brought up or spoke on?
No.
Mr. Nairn, you got anything?
I was just going to thank our staff being in action. Fire department, police department. Matt does a great job dealing with inspections. They do an awful lot of inspections. We got some great employees here. And as a council member and a citizen, I want to thank them.
Mr. Posner, you have anything?
No, nothing.
Okay. Hardegraves.
Let me, one quick thing. We had a major automobile accident, as most of you know, on Old Georgetown Road on Saturday, Memorial Day weekend. A major accident involving multiple cars. I had a close friend involved in that accident. And I just want to really thank our fire department, police department for their reactions that day. Most of all, obviously the police reacted, but the fire department had a particular job of cutting open cars, pulling people out, and it was as serious, I think, as in talking to Chief Childress than I've seen in a long, or heard in a long, long time. I firmly believe that the work the fire department did that day is the reason my friend is still alive. And so I want to thank the fire department. The Chief Childress, please send that message to everybody involved in that day. Your training, it certainly pays off and it saves lives. So thank you so very much.
Anything?
I forgot one. Excuse me, please. I want to say thank you also to all of the town staff, the police department, fire department, public works, special events coordinator, for all their efforts that made the Memorial Day ceremony go so well and so smoothly. We had about 600 people that came out and attended, and it was a very good day. So thank you to all the staff for all your assistance in that process.
Also, I'm following up with John on the Memorial Day this week. This was a busy week for our citizens. We had a lot of events going on. We started off our Wednesday night concerts, which was very much successful. A lot of pleased people out there, very good weather. It followed Thursday with a thing going on. It wasn't a town event, but it was an event in our town that our citizens can enjoy, which was the pier music. And then we finished it off Sunday with the Pausability event, which was like every other event. It was well organized, had a great group of people out, beautiful weather. So just a good week to start the summer off. And hopefully it'll follow through. Everybody will stay safe. And we'll have some good times and let our citizens have some fellowship together. Anything else? If not, let's move on to our public hearing, 2024-25 budget. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public session will be open as far as anything in the budget, if anyone would like to come up. As far as the way our other things run, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name, address. You're welcome to announce or speak of anything that you would like. And just ask that if you do, if we have a lot, please try to tie it into the 3 minutes. Floor is now open if anyone would like to come up.
Now for the public hearing on the budget.
For the public hearing on the budget, yeah. What I started it off with, and you just made a motion second. Anyone want the floor? Go ahead, sir.
Name is Bob Tone, 9030 Sea Lane, Sunset Beach. I'd just like to discuss for a minute the one of the items on the budget, which is legal fees. I see we have a lawyer here today. Okay. I'm just looking at the total that it looks like it's going to be is like $272,000 for this year, going up from 222 as of April 1st, up to 272. I think they wanted to add another 80,000 onto the 192,000. If that's the case, then that's going to be about $1,500 more than the. Sorry about that. That's about $1,500 more than Calabash, Holden, Schloke, St. James, and Ocean Isle combined. And those are numbers I got from the Brunswick Beacon. And since they hadn't been refuted or anything, I just took them. That's what they were. But the one thing I want to say, that's, moving that up $80,000, that's like 42% above the budgeted amount. And that comes down for the total amount. That's about $745 a day that's being spent on, and that's including Saturdays and Sundays on legal fees. The last 3 years, the legal fees have been more than the entire administrative staff salaries. And over the last 5 years, we're looking at $1,013,794, which averages out to about $202,759 a year, which comes down to, again, $555 a day. And a lot of it, I'm being told, is personnel issues, and which I know the council can't discuss them or anything. I'd love to be able to see, without any kind of discussion, on the monthly report, have it broken out to how much is being spent on personnel issues and how much is being spent on day-to-day business. Okay. And I'm hoping, since looks like we're going to be hiring a new human resources position, that should take care of a large portion of the legal fees due to personnel issues. I know when you have human resources in a major business, that's kind of like the internal affairs division of a police department. People cringe when they hear that they're coming around because they want to get to the basics and find out what people are doing and everything like that. And but I just kind of think it's a whole lot of money going out for legal issues in this town compared to the other surrounding areas. Thank you much.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Sean Arnold, 101 Planters Ridge Drive here in Sunset Beach. On page 41 of the agenda, under the capital assessment replacement noteworthy items, the second paragraph says capital improvements associated with the town's streets resurfacing program. We haven't resurfaced any streets in the town in probably 3 years. So I'm hoping we can get this program back in line again. I think the last time that some streets got resurfaced were probably in the summer of 21. Up around like Planters Ridge, Crooked Gully, Bermuda Walk, that area up there. But what I want to say is there's a number here that says $340,000. What I want to say to you is this: we've got to spend this money very wisely. And what I'm seeing, and I'm going to speak directly about Clubhouse Road. As you get close to the north entrance or the north exit, there is an area up there where we've patched the road out back in February that constantly holds water. And water on any concrete surface, water on any asphalt surface, standing water, will make it rot like you wouldn't believe. It's kind of like rust on metal. And if we're not going to address that situation, we're wasting our money, because why would we put new asphalt down if we're not going to get the water to drain off the road? This is something that the town is going to have to sit down and talk with the master association, in my opinion, to get the water to drain, because you're going to have to run the water onto their right of way to get it to the ditches, to get it off the road. It's the same thing on Crooked Gully, in between the two Planters Ridge drives. So the water just lays on the road. And I'm not talking about a frog choking type rain. It's just a good shower. The water just stands there because it cannot drain. The berm has got to get cut off the road. We've got a lot of places all around the town we got to start looking at that. That's all part of infrastructure management. And if we can't do that, we're, like I say, it's kind of like that old saying, good money going after bad. But the other thing I want to address is going up Clubhouse Road and just before Eastwood Park. Evidently there was some sort of an incident there where some oil or something was spilled on the road, and somebody had to put some sand down to absorb the oil. Well, that's like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Somebody's got to clean that up, because you cannot leave contaminated sand with the oil in it laying on an asphalt or concrete surface. That also deteriorates the life of the surface one way or another. And those are the kind of things, as far as infrastructure management, we really got to look hard into. As I say, infrastructure management, we got to also look around at the safety aspect of the things in our community. For instance, the stripes on the road. Coming out of this community behind me here, I think it might be Park Street. I'm not 100% sure, but there's an island at the end of the street where it meets 179. Well, if you look very closely, there used to be a stripe painted on the road. Those are safety things that are there to delineate the edge of the roadway. It's not there anymore. I don't know if I don't know if it's just kind of fallen through the cracks, but that is just something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm John Wells, 604 Main Street East. Been a taxpayer since 1977, and I am here on behalf of the Sunset Beach Taxpayers Association. We, as a board, are monitoring the increases in costs year over year. We're concerned about the personnel increase this year of $543,000 roughly. And while that number is not necessarily excessive, it's on top of a 27% increase last year. So we are concerned about the balance of responsiveness and costs that the taxpayers are funding, and understanding this is a growing area, and we have a really strong staff. But we'd like to see some additional downward pressure on the increase in costs. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor Phillips and council members. My address is 641 Oyster Bay Drive, Sunset Beach. My name is Katie Bordeaux. I'm a North Carolina local government retiree, and I am a former town manager. I attend your council meetings regularly, and I listen to council and committee meetings online. I listen to your budget discussions intently, and I wish to express my budget concerns that mirror concerns of other Sunset Beach taxpayers. First, though, thank you for your time that you invested in the budget deliberations. Taxpayers have learned a great deal from you all. They listen to your proposals, they listen to your rationales, and we listen to your discussions. It's been very informative to what you all hold as a priority. Be assured that Sunset Beach taxpayers do not want our taxes to be increased. Please know that your budget decisions will impact us now and in the future. Your decisions will have consequences. Let me cite a few sticky items that have most people's attention. Personnel. Salaries and benefits are recurring budget expenses that increase annually. The proposed budget includes adding 2 additional staff positions that raise questions: a human resource director and an events coordinator. Their addition will increase budget for 2 staff members to perform the duties that I performed as a town manager, and are frequently performed by other town managers and or town administrators on a routine basis. Adding new staff members for this year's budget will be a recurring budget expenditure, and it will have to be increased annually. Please note that your budget decisions this year will have the potential of having significant tax implications for next year and the years to come. I'm projecting that the increase in property taxes may be between 3 and 6% if you approve the proposed budget tonight. To speak more on adding new staff, our well-qualified, well-educated, well-respected, and appreciated Chief of Police has indicated that his staff size is sufficient, and there's no need to add additional staff. Yet you are budgeting a new beach patrol staff. Similarly, our well-educated, well-qualified, well-respected fire chief has increased the purchase of a new budget. At the last budget workshop, an 87,000 boat was added. Judging from your
Time.
budget decisions, sure.
Tie it up, please. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll talk faster.
Let's make a note to get that microphone fixed.
She did it. She fixed it.
I fixed it. Just got to tighten it up.
Thank you.
I fix a lot of things. My name is Christy Garnett. I live at 7640 Front Street and own rental property at 410 4th Street. I previously owned a business in Greensboro, North Carolina for over 25 years. I have a degree in accounting, but in that job I held many positions, but I was the owner. I ran it. I had up to 30 employees at times, 30 vehicles. I know about budgets. After looking at the budget, this town has a spending problem. As someone in a movie once stated, if I ran my business this way, I would be bankrupt. A large single item is the attorney fees. Ocean Isle's budget has $50,000 for attorney fees and an additional $50,000 for litigation cost. So why Sunset Beach, which is smaller, has almost 3 times that amount for our attorney fees is inexcusable. I've heard the excuses, but I have also looked at the invoices from Mr. Richardson's law firm. There are way too many charges for his conversations with personnel on the council and the town administrator. It is the responsibility of the town council to personally review all of those attorney bills and be aware of exactly what we're paying for and find out, is the attorney actually doing the town administrator's job? He also has a large number of phone calls to all the council members. Maybe he is helping them do their jobs as well, since I do not see anything in the biographies in the Beacon that qualifies you to run this town. Unless you have actually run a business as the mayor does, you don't look at every penny you are spending and try to figure out how to cut cost. The current council seems completely okay just raising taxes and spending our money frivolously. Every expenditure should be scrutinized yearly or more often if there is a substantial increase. When was the last time insurance was put out for bid at renewal time? Why is someone that is not qualified being paid $130,000 plus auto allowance and then needs a volunteer to help her do the job? Is every invoice that is paid approved by someone that is 100% positive that the material or service was received before just writing a check? Are the people signing the checks completely aware of what they are paying for and that it is legitimate? These are just a few of my questions about a budget for a small town that is over $10 million. I realize that it is too late to do much about this budget. However, I will be educating myself and paying a lot more attention before next year's budget meetings are held. Now I'll finish Katie's. The proposed budget does not include insurance, usage, and maintenance for the boat, as well as there's no budget for the maintenance of the rescue all-terrain vehicle purchased last December that was not approved in the 2024 year's fiscal budget, causing a budget amendment. Judging from your budget decisions, the finance director provided revenue projections.
Time's up. I'm sorry.
All right. I get 3
3
minutes.
minutes
at the
is
end.
short. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Anyone else?
just one thing. We did not raise taxes this year. Tax rate is the same.
Needs no deliberation. Next. Go ahead, ma'am.
Karen Joseph, 915 Sandpiper Bay Drive. I know all of you, including our mayor and our lawyer, and I have been involved with the town for many years. And for many years, we have said we do not have enough staff to properly run this town. I suggest we not compare ourselves to Ocean Isle Beach, that has fewer than 1,000 full-time residents, but collects an awful lot of taxes because it's bigger than we are. As far as attorney's fees, certainly nobody wants to see all that money go to litigation, but life is tough, and a lot of people want to cause trouble for our small town. So I applaud the fact that you want to strengthen the staff. I will not speak to numbers because I don't do numbers, I do words. So I just wanted to say thank you for acknowledging our staff needs and going forward from there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Public hearing on budget? There is nobody in the back period, right? No. Okay. All right, if not, do I have a motion from council to close the public hearing on the budget? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Next up, public comments on agenda items only. We'll go back to the same thing, 3 minutes. I asked it 3 minutes. You please tie it up. Floor is open now. Anything on the agenda? Anybody's welcome to come up. Anybody got anything on public agenda? Go ahead. Tilt it up from the bar part. Maybe it'll help a bit. Maybe it won't.
Hello again.
It's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Hello again. My name is Katie Bordeaux. My address is 641 Oyster Bay Drive, Sunset Beach. I'd like to start on my last page again, which is agenda item. To speak on adding more staff, our well-qualified, well-educated, well-respected, and appreciated Chief of Police has indicated that his staff size is sufficient and there's no need to add additional beach patrol staff. The budget item includes a salary, upfitting the employee with uniform, and a vehicle. Our Chief of Police has stated that the extra first responders vehicle will increase the congestion that's already at the beach. The proposed budget does not include the insurance, the usage, and the maintenance of the boat for $87,000. You also did not include the maintenance of the all-terrain vehicle that was purchased and that you all did a budget amendment for. I did commend you all on your deliberations. In judging your budget discussions, the finance director did provide you with revenue projections with historical data with conservative increases. And at the beginning, you wisely listened to her recommendations and you factored those into your decision making until the fire department budget was discussed, when it was recommended that their budget be increased. The rationale for the increase was that Sunset Beach would receive increased fire tax revenue from the county due to residential growth in our extraterritorial jurisdiction, commonly known as the ETJ. The article in last week's Brunswick Beacon explained House Bill 675 made it abundantly clear that our Brunswick County State Representative support the bill. If passed, Sunset Beach will receive no current tax fire distributions, and this will affect our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Katie.
Anyone else on anything on the agenda tonight?
He's got his tools out now.
Please state your name and address.
Talk
about frustration.
It's that wing nut right there.
It's like a commercial for
Oh, God, yeah. Well,
You didn't know there was going to be entertainment.
yeah, 3 minutes is about up. Thank
Good.
you, Riley.
But again, does anyone on agenda items only? If not, we'll move on. Consider agenda. April 1st, 2024, first regular meeting minutes. Building inspectors. Inspections, Planning Department, April 2024 report. Public Works, Stormwater Department, April 2024 report. Fire Department, April 2024 report. Finance Department, April 2024 report. And Police Department, April 2024 report. Does any member of council have any questions in regards to any of these?
Nope, I provided my meeting comments already.
I have a question. On the, this is actually for the beach report, and it comes from the town administrator report. The beach report includes, from the fire department, an item called PD contacts. Is that police department contacts, or what is that, police chief?
Police department contacts.
And so what does that mean?
If there's an issue or something where we need PD or see something out of whack, dog off the leash, anything like that, and we let those guys know, hey, something's going on. A lot of times we can handle it ourselves, but if there's something we need to contact with them, we do.
Have any of those resulted in fines?
Not from me, not from the FD side of things. I'm not sure about them.
So with all the encounters, fire department had 2,294 last week, and the police department patrols on the beach had 688. You're not the police department patrols, but I'm just wondering if any citations have been issued, fines charged for any of these dealings with that involve police department or the citizens.
If you could clarify, you said they had
Has anybody been fined
2,294?
has anybody been fined for violations on the beach? The idea is one warning that the enforcement patrols make
Right.
get followed up. If the police department gets called in after that, the police officer gets called in after that. The people have already had the warning and the citation and should be issued. The
Right.
question is, have any citations been issued yet?
My understanding is fire is not issuing warnings. Fire is not asking for compliance on the beach.
Your
Our
police
folks-
patrols do
Right. Our folks are doing that,
Okay.
and we've had compliance. We haven't, to the best of my knowledge, we haven't issued
no citations.
If we have, it's been primarily dogs off leash. I couldn't give you a number.
Okay.
I could next time.
Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else got anything?
I do not.
Nothing.
Mr. Nair? I know codes ain't listed under this, Dustin, but I got a question for you. In regards to what I brought up a couple of months ago in that meeting on that idea on that 4th Street out there, has any follow-up been on that at all? Reason I say that, I seen Charlie yesterday spoke of in his neighborhood, there's a mess there, that hopefully we'll be looking into that out there at Oyster Bay, but I'm sure the people on 4th Street would like to know too, has that been looked into?
Yeah, we are looking into that, and we've issued it over to Grady.
Okay.
But yes, we are looking into that.
So one of the issues you had at the beginning was there was more than one owner.
Yes.
And the laws required that all the owners be notified?
Yes.
Okay. Have you found all the owners yet?
Yes,
Okay.
I have.
And they've been notified now?
To turn it over to Grady for him to proceed with that.
Okay. So, and then what's happening with Oyster Bay?
I've got the pictures today in hand. I will follow up with them. I'll contact the golf course and set up a meeting with them and go over with them with the pictures I have in hand.
Okay.
And plus I'll have the orders in hand. So because of the tractors and stuff like that, I don't know if we have anything in the orders that addresses that. But I will dig into that with the machinery that's set there.
Yeah.
But there is some other stuff that I can get them on, like the tires, the other lumber and stuff.
There's a
like
lot
that.
of material
Yeah,
in
there's a lot of
disarray on
materials.
that storage lot. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So,
Do I have a second?
second?
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Town Administrative Report, Ms. England. You're muted.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things for you tonight. I am happy to report that the Jaguars layer infrastructure in phases 1, 2, 2A, 2B, and 2C have been installed and deemed complete. The town is no longer involved with coastal communities, and the bonds have been released. Brunswick Electric has installed the 2 electric vehicle charging stations on the island in the streetscape area for those with electric vehicles. I want to say congratulations to Officer Bill Arp for successfully completing the jurisdictional alligator handling training program. And he is now serving the town as our animal control officer.
Is it under danger?
And this month we have submitted 2 grants, one for the North Carolina Division of Coastal Management RCCP program for the 40th Street Living Shoreline, and the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Aquatic Weed Control grant for assistance with the Twin Lakes. And that's what I have for you today.
You have a question, please?
Yeah, 1 second though. Any of the staff that's finished now is welcome to go home. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
On those electric stations, there is at least one citizen requested that we install more of those. Did we pay for those, or did BEMC put them in?
Brunswick Electric pays everything for those.
Okay. So anything, if we wanted to put more charging stations in, it would be at our own cost?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
We're also talking about the faster speed on the station as
chargers.
well, but it's it's a relatively slower speed one that's there.
Yeah.
The 2 that are there.
Yeah, but they're free.
The only problem I see with those charging stations while we're talking about it is that someone can come and plug it in and stay all day.
Mhm.
So we're taking away much needed parking spaces that the car really doesn't need to be there that long to charge up.
You can let them park all night and then use the
Can't
charging
park
station.
overnight.
I know, that's what I mean.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, number 1. Go ahead, John, with yours about the paperwork from the Grady's here to answer that.
Yeah. We have a development agreement that's been drafted and is in process to deal with the Angel Trace development. And it's a topic that we need to discuss in public, not in closed session. The idea is for this evening, we've asked Grady to give us an overview of what a development agreement does, what issues that are in here that are of concern to him, and answer any questions the council may have. We've had this for several days now that we could look at it. So Grady, could I turn it over to you, please?
Thank you, Mr. Corbett, members of council, members of the public. A development agreement, I've had a prior experience in handling one with the town of St. James. The town of St. James is a different municipality because of how it is structured. It started out as largely all being behind a subdivision gate. Now, some of it is not, but this would be my officially second time of doing a development agreement if it proceeds forward. In broad strokes, the general statutes allow for the developer, present developer with acreage, seeking to undergo a long-term commitment with a particular town, in this case Sunset Beach, that would last for 20, 25 years, depending on what the parties decide upon. The reason for that is a developer, it'll be binding on not only that present developer, but any successors and assigns to the developer, including if the developer went under and someone bought the property by way of a foreclosure, the development agreement would stay in place and be binding upon whomever succeeds to the developer under the development agreement for the subject property. That gives the developer side of things the certainty of what the development can entail, the maximum amounts of units, commercial and residential, open space allotments. You have project site plans identified. There can be amendments to future development under the development agreement, so long as it is minor modifications that would not increase in any way the density. In this particular draft of what we've got maximum numbers of units that are contemplated. And say, just hypothetically, if the maximum number of townhomes is 100 and they wanted to come in and increase that to 101, they could not do so unless that density was offset somewhere else in their proposal under the development agreement. So in the absence of an agreement between the town and the developer where they're trying to do a major modification, they would be left with this development agreement and utilizing what's given to them here, absent an agreement with a future town council. Maybe it's you, but future town council boards would have the opportunity to weigh in as to whether or not it would agree to a major modification or amendment desired under the development agreement, which you would not have to do. You or future town councils, you would be able to hold the developer and any future successor developers to any portion of the tracts. You would be able to hold them subject to this agreement. Like a deed, plat maps, restrictive covenants, they would be recorded in the chain of title for the property that is subject to the development agreement. So if Jane Doe buyer, after the development agreement, wants to buy a piece of property within a tract that's covered by this development agreement, their attorney is going to come across this development agreement and realize that it's in their chain of title, and it constitutes, in effect, somewhat of a restriction that their property, along with everybody else that's buying into this development, would be subject to. It allows for streamlining of planning board and staff review. Not everything would have to go through those processes, so long as staff ascertains that it is compliant with the development agreement. Excuse me. It gives the developer, if the present developer that goes into this development agreement, L&H Angels Trace Holdings LLC, starts developing under here and then decides that, you know what, someone comes in and wants to buy a piece of the parcel or a piece of the property that's subject to the development agreement, that buyer doesn't have to worry about whether or not, typical scenario is buyer would go under contract and it would be conditioned upon that buyer getting approvals from the town. And if the buyer didn't get those approvals from the town, the buyer would probably walk away from the contract. In this instance, a would-be buyer of property that's subject to the development agreement would know that it can build, for instance, however many units on this particular parcel that's laid out. And they would know that those entitlements, those vested rights are there under the development agreement. You understand that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm.
From the town side of things, you would have certainty of knowing that the parcels in question that comprise the development agreement project are going to be built substantially the same with what's shown there. Doesn't mean that the roads can't deviate. Doesn't mean that the open space might be shifted a different spot. What it does cover, which I think is of chief concern to you all and the public, is density and what's going on the property, commercial density. Those things will be governed in the drafts we've already seen. It talks about, and these numbers could fluctuate, so just hear me out. Not more than 1,504 residential dwelling units, not more than 740 detached single-family homes, and it goes down the list. Okay, they can't go above that, increasing the density, because they'll be bound to the development agreement terms. All right. The reason for the length of time is that projects such as this could take that long. I have no idea how long the project's going to last or how long it's going to take L&H or any successors to build it out completely. They may finish it well in advance of 20 years. But what the town knows is that it can't change the rules of the game later to try and get out of this development agreement. The rules are going to be set by this development agreement under this zoning ordinance that's in place if the town council goes forward with it. If a future town council board wants to change the zoning ordinance or change some zoning, it may be that whomever is affected, whoever the developer is under the agreement at that point in time, whether it's L&H or a successor, it may be that they support that and they would voluntarily subject themselves to that new change, but they don't have to. They can rely upon what the zoning is and what this development agreement says. Okay? The reason for that is the benefit to the town is many. One benefit to the town is knowing that I think it's like 400 acres roughly. L&H could only develop maybe 100 acres right now. And then they could sell off another 300 acres and somebody else comes in and tries to go through a conditional zoning all over again to completely do something different than what L&H is contemplating right now in the absence of this development agreement. You're preventing that from happening. You're preventing that from happening on density. You're preventing that from happening on uses. And that's key if I understand the town's concerns about long-term development of 400 acres roughly that are affected under this development agreement. No small chunk of acreage given what's been going on lately with the town being such a hot spot for development. This development agreement lays out in summary fashion some of the benefits for the town and its citizens. When developed, it'll increase the tax base for the town, increase employment opportunities for the town residents and citizens, an increase in business prospects for the town, the advancement of the town's land use planning objectives and policies, securing quality growth, and strengthening of the town's tax base, an increase in available housing for the town's growing population, an increase in availability of open space. As I understand the present pitch, if you will, of L&H under this development agreement, they are setting aside significant chunks of open space that they're not otherwise required to do by right under the present zoning. Yes, they're coming in for conditional zoning, and as one of the things that they're doing or offering in support of that conditional zoning is preserving for open space for the town and its citizens things that it's not required to set aside. So that's accomplishing this not only for the present, but for the long term if you go through with it. And then an increase in the economic development and dedication of certain property by the developer to the town. Here again, under no obligation to do so, but this developer is offering to give some land to the town for municipal purposes. It could be a range of things like expanding your police department, your fire department, your utilities, who knows. There may be restrictions on things that they do not want to be on that land. Obviously, they don't want something like maybe a sanitary station to be located next to multi-$100,000 homes. I don't really know. That's something that will be worked through as we go forward in trying to hammer out a development agreement. Any questions for me so far? Okay.
Keep on going.
So what I have done there, so what has happened so far is the developer submitted a draft development agreement. Wes McLeod from the school, from your Cape Fear Council of Governments, he's reviewed it. He's made comments. I view the development agreement, the document itself, as a legal document. I'll be looking at it through eyes of legal. But the site plans that are attached, right? That's not so much legal as business terms. Those are things that you, planning board, staff, Wes McLeod need to go through those site plans with the developer and talking to them, ensuring that the site plans depict what you understand their conditional zoning is asking for, that there's no questions. I know Mr. Larkin is a stickler for site plans, as all of you should be, okay? I'm going to be looking at it from things that, terms that may be squishy or subject to interpretation or subject to future disputes, because you can't look at a development agreement right now as just being between the town and L&H and their lawyers, because L&H could sell off Tract 5 to John Doe developer, and John Doe developer is going to have different attorneys, and they may have a different interpretation. So my job is to try and eliminate as much ambiguity and vague portions of this or things that are subject to interpretation as best I can. Obviously, it's never going to be perfect. If someone to an agreement wants to breach it, they'll find a lawyer to try and figure out a way to make an argument to breach it or get out of it. But these agreements do serve a vital purpose. They are amicable. They are supposed to be a developer and a town working together, not against one another, not only for the present, but for the long term, to give that certainty that everyone should desire for future land use purposes. When I went through the agreement, I'm pleased to report I had very few concerns about legal items. I had very few concerns about the terms, the business items of it. I don't care whether it's 20 years or 25 years. That's a decision you all can make. In the scheme of things, I don't believe it's much of a difference when you're talking about 2 decades. So as I went through it, there were things that I felt like were typos. There were things that I felt like maybe could be better defined, or in one definition it's called property, but in another definition it's called something else. And I like to be consistent on all defined terms. There's language that I would add to developer and tightening it up. When we talk about successors and assigns, I would be explicit in making sure that it is binding on this developer and this developer's successors and assigns, irrespective of whether it's a voluntary successor or an involuntary successor, meaning if L&H went bankrupt or some portion of it was foreclosed, I want it very clear that the buyer The new owner cannot claim that that foreclosure or that bankruptcy terminated this development agreement as to that particular parcel. All right. So that's what I'll be injecting into the agreement number 1. One term that stands out to me is in section 4.2. It talks about duration. Here again, they're talking about 20 years from the effective date, the initial term. But this is what catches my eye. If the project is not, quote, substantially completed as of the initial term. There's no definition as to substantial completion. And I feel like we have to put some bumpers on what that is supposed to mean. Because L&H's understanding and this town council's current understanding of substantial completion could be far different 10 years from now with a new town council and a successor as to what they consider to be substantial completion. So I think we have to have a talk with the developer about benchmarks of substantial completion, percentages, densities, units that are actually built, infrastructure that's in place as to what constitutes a minimum substantial completion. (7.1) calls for periodic review by the town. Right now it's saying that the town's planning director is authorized to conduct a periodic review of the status of the project at approximately 12-month intervals from the date this agreement is approved. My question is, do we need more? Is 12 months, just once every 12 months, sufficient for this town? Maybe it is. Maybe you want to say you don't want to limit. Maybe you want to put something in there that says something more like is subject to reasonable periodic reviews, not more frequently than every 3 months or something like that upon given reasonable notice, and you specify the amount of notice. I would not think that one periodic review of every 12 months would be sufficient. My view of it would be you would want something in the neighborhood of at least twice a year, maybe. And you don't have to do it twice a year. Just because it's in there that you could do it up to twice a year doesn't mean you have to. It's just you want to have that ability to do so, in my opinion. 7.2 talks about a material breach, but material breach is not defined. And then it says if the town were to give the developer notice that the developer has committed a material breach, the town shall notify developer in writing and provide developer a reasonable time in which to cure the breach. Those have all the hallmarks of litigation. When I see words like reasonableness, what I consider reasonable oftentimes differs from what my opposing counsel thinks is reasonable. Okay? And so I think there needs to be time periods in there. We need to specify what a material breach is. You're not going to be able to sit there and think of every possible way that something would constitute a material breach. You can put things in there, though, like the amount in controversy exceeds X amount of dollars. They haven't completed something by a certain date with certain percentages. And typically you give 30 or 60 days to cure a breach, unless the party claims that it cannot using its best efforts do so within that time period, and they would have to explain why. Okay, maybe, hey, okay, we hear you on this notice of breach, but we can't do so because there's a war right now affecting whatever supply chain there is. We kind of had to deal with some of that with Jaguar's Lair, if you recall, with the COVID and the pandemic claims of the ability to complete the project under the time intervals. So I'd be looking to address 7.2, address 7.3 about the failure to cure. I wrote out in the margin, just the language in that is just too squishy for me. It's too happy-go-lucky, too warm and fuzzy. There needs to be something more specific tied there as to failures to cure and what's going to be done and the steps to follow. it has under 7.7 zoning and other requirements that the developer's failure to comply with any provision of the town's ordinance, subject to the terms herein, shall not be treated as default of the agreement, but as a violation of a zoning ordinance requirement. Now, I understand what they're saying there. Look, if we build it out or we have these entitlements, but we do something that's in violation of your zoning ordinance, you don't get to set aside this development agreement. You get to cite us for a zoning violation, and it gets handled that manner. Don't ask me to give a hypothetical. I'm at a loss right now, but I understand what they're saying there. Just be aware of that, okay?
Would that be standard?
I think it would be standard.
Okay.
I've got, I'm sorry. Of course.
Going over this in 623. That's on page 7 of the agreement.
Vested rights.
Vested rights.
Yes, sir.
And in there, it says, well, read A to yourself for a second.
I've
And
read it.
you get there, it says including but not limited to. Is that some of the squishy language you talk about? Or you think that's all right?
I think it's all right because, again, the vested rights we're talking about are specifically tied to uses and density, right?
Yes.
If they want to relocate what they're currently showing for residential on a certain parcel and shift it to a different parcel and take what was a commercial location and shift it somewhere else or alter them a little bit, so long as they're not tweaking upwards the density and they're not and they're not changing the uses that you've approved, then that will be something that can be dealt with administratively. They're vested, they're entitled to those approvals already based upon the development agreement.
Okay. All right.
Rather for us wait until you're finished before we ask questions.
Jump in.
It's up to you. I mean,
Well, you were rolling, so I didn't want to butt in.
I've got changes or some deletions, if you will, nothing material under section 8.1. I'm going to be adding some language for the succession and assignment that we've talked about under 8.3. I'm going to be adding some language to the modification language in 8.10. And that just, the rest of it was me flagging some typos. Again, my review has not drilled down on all of this site plan stuff for a couple of reasons. I don't have the large plats to look at.
They're outdated drawings anyway. So.
Probably. But I consider that more of a town staff level item, which right now would include specifically Wes, since as I understand it, he's your interim planning director, and he's going to be drilling down on that along with you. And if I'm brought into it, I will. But I'm thinking it's Wes, developer, and council making sure that those site plans reflect accurately what comprises their conditional zoning request that's wrapping into this development agreement contemplated. And that's all I've got right now on my comments about it. I'm happy to answer questions.
So we're going to get a revised version of this development agreement with your edits and changes and comments.
So what'll happen is I will redline, because Wes made some red lines, which I agreed with, or I do agree with. I haven't told him that. But I'll be adding to those red lines additional things. It could be strike throughs, it could be additions, and it could be me making notes for discussion with the Developers Council and Wes as we move forward to June 18th.
Okay. One of my concerns is item 6.1.2 on page 6, which is annexation into the town.
Yes, sir.
Being annexed into the town no later than 30 months. You know, our discussions went through whether or not we could start that annexation process earlier. It becomes, and there's a limit to what we can do there. But the big question becomes with this bill, Senate Bill 675, is there protections that can be put into here that doesn't let annexation into our town be overruled by a change in legislation after the fact?
So I have not looked at this bill 675, and as I've read about it in the papers, my understanding is they are trying to eliminate ETJs from certain municipalities. Does that include y'all? I have not.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
I know Southport was one of them. And I don't know what impact, if any, the current legislation will have on a voluntary annexation into the town if the ETJ was eliminated or not. I just don't know. But that's something I would look into. Now, if this development agreement is exercised before that bill becomes law, then that bill will be too late to the game, and this development agreement will be entered into prior to that happening.
Okay. Thank you.
Would that be something you would talk with their attorney about also?
Yes, we would work through that.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Grady, one of my chief concerns is progress and continuous progress on construction. We too often will assign a permit or grant a permit to somebody, and then time goes on and on and on, or they start it by scratching the soil, and then it doesn't, progress seems to stop. I'd like you to look at 3.3, where it talks about the agreement. This agreement does not obligate the developer to construct the project. And then it reverts on 5.3, which I tie in together on timing.
Which one? I'm sorry.
It started with 3.3. The developer is not obligated to construct the project. And then 5.3, where it talks about the developer should commence construction of the project within 2 years from the effective date. And the effective date is the signing of this agreement. I would like to see stronger words or more specificity where it comes to each of their stages, each of their groups, because they've got about 5 of them within that project. And I'd also like to see no clearing start until then a certain time that they're then going to start actual foundations and real work, substantive work, rather than them go in and clear the whole site. I want to have some words that protect the land so that it isn't just sitting there barren. Also, I'm curious, under termination, it talks about the various ways that this agreement can in fact be terminated. It's my understanding that under conditional zoning laws, rules, ordinances, that the applicant can at any point in time have the property revert back to the zoning ordinance or the zoning conditions at the time that all this process started, just by wishing that they don't need to go through. And I just don't want 5 different zones within the Angels Trace development by Logan Homes to be treated as individual developments, and then they complete 3 of them and then go back and say, on the other 2, we're going to revert back to MR3, which is where this all started.
Well, if the development agreement happens, they cannot do that unless the town agrees to allow it to happen.
Okay.
Now, outside of this development agreement, I don't believe you're correct. If they got this conditional zoning that they've requested that applies to all of these parcels, and then one day, without coming through the channels of the town, they say, oh, you know what, we want to revert back to a different zoning. I don't believe they can do that. They would have to come in and petition for a rezoning to whatever they're wanting, because that land will become conditionally zoned. It will be part of the zoning district that will apply to that land irrespective of who the owners subsequently become, unless they come back in and ask for rezoning.
Well, but they can ask for another conditional zoning, and what that does is it negates the previous zoning, so everything goes back to the zoning conditions at the time that the project was first applied for.
But the town council would have to approve
They
that.
can ask for it. That doesn't mean they're going to get it.
Okay. I'm just going by the wording in our UDO, so it's, but that's for another time.
Okay.
Anyone else? I got one question, Grady, while you're here, so they won't have to send you an email or call you tomorrow. But since you're already here, But in regards to, I heard you read about the planning, our planning director would go out and look at the property. And that it could, if the council went with this and it ended up being a 10-year, 20-year, whatever. So we're going to do away with the planning department. So we're not going to have that person. We're just going to keep reaching out to Wes or whatever. Is that our plan for the next 20 years if this plan's out?
No, that's not what I'm saying. With respect to this, what is it, 400 acres, 398? Just with respect to this project property, whatever is subject to this development agreement, so long as whomever the developer is, let's just say it's L&H, they come in with their site plan that complies with this development agreement, then staff is able to sign off on it and approve of it. That does not eliminate your planning department for other parcels of property that are outside this development agreement. It doesn't eliminate your planning position for reviewing what comes in under this development agreement. All I know is, and I think I read in the paper, could be wrong, State Port Pilot maybe, that right now the approach with filling Chad's role is to use Wes and the Cape Fear Council of Governments on a contract basis. But does that answer your question? Yeah. Well, you're not eliminating any planning department. You're not eliminating.
What I'm saying is over the next, if it stretches out to go 20 or 25 years or 10 years or whatever, we're going to continue to, we're doing away with the planning, so we're going to have somebody, and it's going to be just a contract, whoever we're contracted through.
I don't know.
Somebody that has no vested interest in this town that doesn't represent our citizens. They come in from some outside source.
I have no say on that. If council wants to hire someone to fill Chad's position, by all means do so.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the way it read. That's the way I took it, that you read out, that our planning director or whoever, if we don't have one, then it won't be. It'll be whoever we contract out. That's what I'm asking.
It would be the town be responsible for.
Whoever the town designates as the planning director will be the person reviewing everything that comes in under this development agreement and everything that comes in outside of this development agreement for development. So whomever you all want to decide upon to be your planning director, whoever the town hires for the next 10 years, that's going to be the person reviewing this and anything outside of the development agreement. And I understand what you're saying. Wes doesn't have any connection to the town other than being on contract.
Yeah.
So maybe it's better for this council to consider hiring someone full-time staff. Okay. That's for y'all to decide.
All right. Yeah. Anybody else?
Look, Wes already reviewed this, correct, and sent you some thoughts on it?
He sent me and the developer's lawyers a red line with some additional things, and he made some notes that Sam Frank, who's the lead lawyer on the other side, welcomed, seemed to accept all of those comments and changes by Wes. And I'm to get them any comments I have, which you've heard some of them tonight.
Thank you.
What is the next step then for us? We wait for you, obviously, to get with them to.
Next step will be I'll make my red lines. I'm happy to send those to Lisa, and she can provide you with a red line edition of what my comments are. And then probably after that will be a conference call between me, Wes, and Sam Frank to talk through those and try to come up with what is a tentative proposed final development agreement. Of course, subject to your review and your decision of whether to enter into it or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure.
Sir.
Thank you. I think this puts us in a good position to do some homework and study and to get ready for our next stage when we're actually looking at the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for
Thank
me?
you. You ready?
I'm good.
Good. Next up will be our budget amendment. Tara Nichols be over it.
So in front of you, you have our budget amendment. This is only the second budget amendment that we've had to do this fiscal year. the broad overview of this is that this budget amendment doesn't include any appropriation from fund balance. These are revenue lines that exceeded the original estimates. So raising the budget for revenues and raising the budget for expenditures to match without any appropriation. There are changes in the attorney fees line, expenditure lines for public infrastructure. There was additional expenses due to ground maintenance, the liability insurance, and contracted services. There was increases due to in public infrastructure that include the generator for the community center and the replacement of the binoculars at the birdwatch. There is some operating lines for the police department and the fire department, and then we had additional bulkheads in environmental protection. So, as I said, these will not affect the general fund balance. They are listed out, individual lines. There was the interest earnings came in way above what was projected. There was insurance recovery. We had some donations. Those donations were police and fire mostly, and those were appropriated into their budgets for, they have already used those. And then an accommodation tax, this is not changing that fund. It is just reappropriating the money in there. So reducing the transfer to general fund as the expenditure, and then increasing some of the other expenditures that we had in that. They were council decisions. This does not mean that we will have a less of a transfer to general fund. We will typically have more. We're very conservative on our budgeting for revenues in the accommodation tax fund, and we are on track to have more than what we budgeted in that fund. Are there any specific questions for this budget amendment that I can answer?
You already answered mine.
I just wrote down here, need to have Tara explain. So thank you. I guess in a summary, or at least for me to absorb, these are things, and I'll give an example. Maybe it's not a good one, but I think it is. We are going to receive more in accommodations tax than we had thought that revenue was going to be, or what we had budgeted for. Same thing for sales tax. We are likely going to receive more revenue from sales tax than we had budgeted a year ago.
Not sales tax.
Right?
Sales tax is sort of flatlined, but in here we did have additional special event fees that we didn't anticipate. The recycling program, which is also in environmental protection. And then we had the grants come in, and the interest earnings was the biggest one that it came in much higher than we anticipated.
$210,000.
It's around 160,000 more than what we had budgeted.
Right.
That's one of those, it depends on what the feds do, as far as it directly affects our interest rates. We're with the Capital Management Trust.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to this budget amendment?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the attached budget amendment.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Do I have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, adoption of fiscal year 24-25 budget ordinance, tax rate, fee schedule. Ms. Nichols?
So the council has held a series of budget workshops starting in the middle of February. We have reviewed and met with department heads and discussed the specific department needs. Council reached a consensus for the proposed budget totaling $10,625,741. This does not include any general fund balance appropriation. It does appropriate an assigned fund balance from the inspections department, specifically for a truck in their department. It does include a tax rate of 16 cents. This is not an increase to the tax rate. This tax rate has maintained the same tax rate pretty much since 2015, We dipped one year to 15 cents, but other than that, for the last 10 years, we've had the same tax rate. The county, I will say, is proposing to remain at their same tax rate this year as well. And the fee schedule is attached with no changes. I've also attached the budget message that has a more detailed overview of discussions and capital and different things that we've done through the budget process. I will say that this budget does include additional staff. We have 3 firefighters and 2 police officers. These both departments have staggered hiring dates. And we had capital purchases. We had around $815,000 in capital and staffing for police and fire. This is to maintain and keep with the growth of Sunset Beach and the needs. We had a 4% COLA in here and multiple different capital as we have discussed over the months of this process. Are there any specific questions I can answer for any of you as far as the proposed budget?
I've got a question a question for you. If our budget is $10.6 million.
Yes.
And our ad valorem property taxes are at almost $4.5 million.
Okay.
That to me comes out to a little over 40%, between 40 and 45% of our revenue would be generated through property taxes as opposed to accommodations taxes and sales taxes and beach erosion and beach renourishment and the like. Is that good?
That is good. And typically, I attend classes and conferences every year, and one of the topics there is that having your property tax, which is your known income that you have control over, between 40 and 50%.
What do you mean, it's predictable?
It's predictable. You have control over it. You set the tax rate.
And the rest you hope that the market doesn't collapse.
It's
People keep renting and people keep buying and keep coming through. Yeah.
We just seem to be conservative when it comes particularly to accommodations tax. And I realize, and that's sort of why I was started off with that other question about predictability. And I realize that accommodations taxes it depends. We could have a lot of storms. People don't come, they don't rent, they don't pay the 6% accommodations tax. But we seem to undershoot that we seem to underestimate that significantly every year. I mean, I'm looking at this year and the tax year we're in right now. Mm-hmm. And, I'm showing $140,000 increase over revenues over what we predicted. That to me just seems like a very conservative way to predict. I'm not one to say we should be optimistic on something that is not predictable, because I had talked about the fire fees with the change, because we're now getting more money from the fire district that is outside of our municipality. Mm-hmm. But that is predictable. That's like a property tax. But what we don't do is we don't project all of the new homes that are going to be built within our fire district, whether or not they're in the ETJ or in our municipality or in the county. If they're in our fire district, we get those fire fees. Absolutely. But that to me is predictable. It's a formula. It's something the county works out and then pays us. I just look at the accommodations tax as being we look at it very conservatively. And I know I can see the expression on your face and you're saying, Pete, no. We need to be conservative with that. But
we do need to be conservative with that. I'll address the accommodation tax. The contract that we are under with getting the software
You're a
for
mind reader. That was my
discoveries
next question.
and so I'm hoping that in the future you'll be able to predict it more accurately, I guess, so to say, or less conservatively. I have been in many conversations and emails with them and trying to negotiate something positive for both sides. One of the things that we're looking at is at the renewal, reducing the cost per month of what it would be of what when the go live date was minus when we actually go live. So 3 to 4 months.
So we're not live yet.
We are not live yet. We should be live July 1st. They are moving forward now. They have had multiple staff turnovers. Lisa and I have been dealing with them, and we are in the final stages of that. I have been elevated to their upper management for negotiations, and I've told them that if they do not perform that, I can't guarantee that we'll be able to renew the contract. So
The only problem with renewing the contract, taking the amount they haven't been able to accommodate this year off next one, it all just pushes us into a renewal with a company that hasn't performed.
correct.
So I'd rather have it taken off
Yes,
this
they're
year.
definitely having
And
staffing
then we
issues.
talk about a regular full
That-
contract next
I
year.
got a hard no on that,
No.
but I did push for that.
Well,
So I mean,
maybe-
I am trying with
maybe
them.
one of
I
us has
have
to
a
call.
long chain of.
Well, it is a council decision, certainly.
Yeah,
And one of the things too that I don't know if this is in effect or has been a reality, but I've had people say to me, I'm going to make sure I pay Sunset Beach for my VRBO or my Airbnb because I know they're watching. Now, maybe they don't know that
Now they
we
do.
haven't.
Now they do.
We can't see out of the bottom of the Coke bottle yet.
Thanks for telling everybody, Pete.
Actually,
Those
that
kind of people
part-
aren't listening.
That part has moved forward. They've actually already started doing the discoveries. So
Okay.
if somebody was not paying, or it is picking up at this point who is renting. So that part is already in the process. The part that's not live is where people go and report. So the website is built and it is ready to go. I got the test site, the link to this test site to make sure on my side, I got that this morning to make sure that everything is processing the way that it's supposed to. And so I'll be able to do that in my free time and and be able to get that back to them within a couple days.
Well, I agree with Mike. I would love to be able to say, hold it, you haven't provided the product that we contracted for, so we want a third of the money back this year, rather than just saying, because I don't have the appetite to renew unless we're really satisfied with what they're doing, not just to say, okay, you're going to reduce the fee next year or something. It's like, no, once burnt, I'm not going back again. But it's a council decision.
I think I'd like to go back to your original point on being conservative. Over the years, those things that we could not control, the town has been conservative on estimating and budgeting to that, rather than spending money that we don't have and we'd end up not getting.
Assuming we're going to get it, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's, I
If there
think
was
it's
a
a good
hurricane to
policy,
come,
good
like-
policy to do this, and then we can make adjustments as we go when we actually get more money in than we expected.
Well, and I think for people to realize that we have I don't want to call it a savings account, but it's an emergency fund in our general fund that is approaching 75% of what it costs to run this town for a year. So if all of a sudden we lost half of the island and lost that tax base, and it could take years and years and years to rebuild that back up, people that could still go on and have a town run around us.
If we had a hurricane in June, our revenue from June alone for accommodation tax is $136,000 typically. That's basically your difference.
Sure. That's huge.
And that's why you got to be conservative. You have to be conservative on those taxes which we cannot accurately predict. They're not ad valorem. You've got to be conservative. And maybe if this company pans out, it works, we can be a little less conservative, that's for sure too. So
I do know that in research that I've done and going through with the accommodation tax, even as I was looking for the company the first time, a lot of the feedback I had gotten was that in this area, a lot of the homes are becoming less second homes. People are starting to come
People are
here and they're
retiring
more
here to their
primary.
house.
And so there's another issue that you have to look at to see that we could start trending down because of the more people moving here full time.
Well, that's fine. We can plan on that year to year, and we'll see a trend.
Yes.
As things go on. But
But we'll see that through the data as well
Sure.
from the program.
Yeah, sure.
May I make a motion?
Oh, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the FY 24-25 budget, establish the FY 24-25 tax rate at 16 cents per $100 of valuation, and approve the FY 24-25 fee schedule that was attached to this.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion with this council? More? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Good job, as always, Tara.
Moving on next, consideration of schedule a public hearing for the development agreement. You all have read your paperwork on that. What is your pleasure of council in regards to a public hearing for the development agreement?
I guess we have to have it.
Part of the next step in the process is we have a public hearing to talk about the development agreement and also to talk about conditional zoning as we go through there. So
Can we do it on the June
18th.
The 18th.
February the 18th? I mean, February,
Yeah.
June 18th.
Yeah, I'll make a motion then, Mayor, if it's
Go ahead.
okay, to amend the June 18th, 2024 special meeting agenda to include a public hearing regarding the proposed development agreement and action by council to approve or deny entering into the development agreement.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on next to the Town Park Street Parking Area Reconfiguration Project. Dustin?
Council, yeah, this is the town park, parking area reconfiguration, project. I got the drawings, the engineer drawings, I can go over with y'all if y'all would, you want me to, or answer questions?
I just have a question, but I don't want to step out of line here.
I have questions too.
You want to go first,
Go ahead.
John?
Well, go ahead. Yeah, maybe some of mine, go ahead.
Well, the drawings, as I can read them, and I'm
Mhm.
not trained to do this, it doesn't really show to me the shoulders of, as you're going towards the water,
Mhm.
we have the area in front of Dave's, which is traditionally, it's a shoulder there
Yes.
that boats and trailers have stopped while they go and take care of things, or you make the U-turn around going away from the water. We have the shoulder where during our markets and our special events, the food vendors
Mhm.
park. What happens to them? Is that stuff go away, or is that those things remain?
The apron in front of Dave's remain, that will stay, that apron there. The park apron on that side, everything shifts toward the park about 12 foot. Where the asphalt stops now, asphalt will continue, the parking lot will continue another 12 foot over towards the park. So the gravel area where the food vendors and the other vendors park at, yeah, that will be removed.
That'll go away.
That will go away.
How do the vehicles with boats and trailers get to that shoulder road? Do they go around the for parking in front of Dave's?
Just like they do now. They come up the intersection, they go straight across, pull over to the right. Through the intersection. You talking about?
Show them the
Yeah.
big plan. Maybe it's easier than looking at that little thing we got. I think it's like the second to last page.
Go to the color one.
You need your mic.
Go to C101. That's it.
That's it.
So basically, when you come into the intersection, the top portion of the drawing is Dave's on the top. This is your apron right here where it says asphalt apron. Right here. There's that section right there. That section right there will remain. The section right here.
Okay.
That section that will remain.
Will there be signs that say no parking, boat trailers only, or is that Dave's property or is it ours?
It's ours. It belongs to the town. There's an 80-foot right of way through here.
All right. Are we going to try to accommodate boat trailers in there? I mean, otherwise, I can park my golf cart in there.
That's left up to the council.
If I had a golf cart.
That's left up to the council.
Okay.
So this would be where the boats were coming off and they pull over there.
When they come into the intersection, to go to the boat ramp.
Okay.
This is going to the boat ramp. You come up to the intersection, the four-way, and you continue on to the boat ramp.
Okay.
So this is where you pull off to go to Dave's if you want to go get your tackle, fishing gear, anything like that. Yeah, where the boaters pull off at.
Has the owner of Dave's Outfitters seen this?
Yes.
Or had a comments on it?
Yes, I met with him today.
All right, good.
And how did he feel about it?
One of the problems was water coming on to him, but I explained to him that everything, the asphalt will be milled 3 inches below what it is now. So there'll be 3 inches of asphalt taken out. There'll be a curbing right through here, a concrete curbing down this edge right here. There'll be curb cuts through here, and the road will be slanted this way, so the water will go in these impressions. And these impressions right here will be about a foot deep. And there'll be 7 rock installed into them, so where the water will come into it and imperviate and go into the ground. Then you got the pervious pavers also right here.
That was going to be a question of mine, and I think you're getting you've already answered it. I look at the pervious pavers as being an increase over what asphalt would be, to the tune of about $60,000. And but if it's a drainage and impervious issue, you're not going to get asphalt to infiltrate. So you'd have to have the pervious pavers. Is that a part of the design, really?
Yes, it is.
Pavers.
Yeah, because right now all that area down there is impervious. The whole area.
And I can cite that I think the pavers look good in the park area where we have, I don't know, 70 parking spots, whatever that number is. That looks good. It looks welcoming. And I would suspect this will be the same.
We try to take the same concept that's in the park and do this the same way. Try to blend it in together.
So the lines will be an integral part of the pavers?
Yes.
Okay. Now the rope area that's there now, is the parking going to come right up against it? Or because John asked that question.
Yeah.
And
that shoulder seems to go away.
No, it will come over 12 feet towards the park. So there's a...
Yeah, but why can't vendors still park in there for food vendors?
Because you have a concrete curbing right here.
Okay, I see that.
So that will stop them from coming into here to make the loop to come out.
Well, what's that going to be? Just grass?
Yes, just be grass like it is
and
now.
There'll be what, 12 foot of grass? Is it 12 foot?
Yeah, well, you got 12. There's 80-foot right away. You're taking 12. So you got to the rope, but the rope fence will be moved, and in the budget time, be moved towards the parking spaces. The rope fence will be moved.
The rope fence won't be where it is right now. Then
no, it'll be moved in.
Okay. Well, that creates more open space then as a part of our park.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, maybe it's Amy then. Are vendors going to be accommodated in the park on markets and all that, or are we not going to have vendors, food vendors anymore? Yeah.
They're going to be along this rope.
I just asked that question. There's not room for them.
They'll be accommodated elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
We just had to move and find them somewhere else.
Okay. So.
Had we proceeded on the utility work that we were contemplating to do in there for electrical and water?
Yep.
Yeah.
So okay, that'll be elsewhere then. It may
Yeah.
not necessarily be there, which is where we kind of thought it would be, but this is a different plan.
Yeah, it's a different plan.
All right, I'm getting into the weeds too
Yeah.
much, but it's.
So you see there's a big pine tree. Alan, you go back to CD 101. So this is the demolition part of it. So yeah, you see the gravel areas here. You see there's a pine tree, a big pine tree right here, and 2 little cedar trees that will have to be removed for the parking lot to come this way. A 20-inch pine tree and 6-inch cedar and a 10-inch cedar that will have to be removed. And that's it.
Okay. Are there going to be plantings in and around the new area? Because it looked like there was some green space that navigated the whole parking area.
Yes. There will be some plants planted into the medium spots.
Okay.
In the demo, you see that the turning lane will go away. It'll be a straight lane in the new design.
Okay.
Go back to your next. So yeah. Flip one more. Go back to C101. Yeah, you see that it goes straight out. Since this is a 4-way, we figured this would be the best. And plus, by this design, we get where we got the traffic will come in this way, so there won't be no traffic backing out like we have now. So as I said, this would be a lot safer than what we had there. So everybody come down and go back out. Then you have your traffic backing out into one lane. And anyway, this will be a 4-way, so that will help out.
So the only road that the parked vehicles are going to access is the south directional of the town road there, going towards the intersection.
Yes.
Okay.
Parking there is not changed because that's the way they pull in already now.
No, that goes. It's
You
opposite.
go around the circle and come in.
No, it's opposite. I think there.
You have, this is what you have now.
See, we got to
You
come.
can't pull in from that other side, right?
Yeah, you can pull in this way.
Now you
Now.
pull it.
Now you can.
Now you
Since
can.
y'all done it just temporary.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I was.
But
referring
before then, it was you had to come around to go.
Yeah,
in.
before we changed it.
Right now, it's a temporary deal.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to do something to educate the public as to what that apron is, what that shoulder is that's over on Dave's side, which is town property. And I can see how we might want to accommodate that business for trailers. But we're going to have to delineate that. And I know you had made a comment to me at one point in time that we had or we're going to get some signs made up for that. But I think the public needs to know what's supposed to go over there, or else people are going to park willy-nilly. So just a thought.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's.
So we're supposed to consider allowing this project to move forward for bid purposes.
Yes.
Okay. Want me to make a motion to
Go.
I'll make a motion that the council make a motion that we allow the project to move forward with solicitation of bids.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye. That helped, Dustin.
Thank you, Dustin.
Thank
That was
you.
good explanation.
Thanks for the big drawings.
Next, we'll be moving on to new business. Sunday Jazz in the Park event. Mrs. Goodrich.
Is this your first time appearing before this austere group?
I think it might be.
Well, she introduced herself before.
Yes, I think so.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. At the beginning of April, I met with a number of citizens who were interested in events in town and interested in volunteering to help kind of spearhead some different kinds of projects from things that we already have. One of the gentlemen who came to the meeting is a jazz musician, and he and several different musicians that are local to the area perform very often at Calabash Wine and Curios. And he suggested that perhaps a jazz event might be something that we would want to consider hosting. We proposed a date of Sunday, October 20th. We wanted to do something that was after the busy season and that would be focused more on the full-time residents. And we wanted to do something that was not a vendor event with lots of different, with a market aspect to it at all. It would be really a concert with music and perhaps some beverage vendors and some food vendors. But that would not be the focus of the event. It really would be the music. For the first event, we'd like to do this as a pilot event. And we would like to bring in one 5 to 8 piece band. And then we also have an 18-piece big band that would be playing jazz standards and songs from the Great American Songbook. In the future, if we wanted to move in, we could do this as a 3 different smaller bands, and the members would be able to switch in and out with each other, and it would kind of give a different flavor to some of the other concerts that we have. And another layer that we wanted to add in, and something that I've spoken to several of the artists that participate in the market, would be to come and paint or draw or take photographs, something like that, where we could give them a theme, which they could each work on at the event, so people would be able to see them painting or drawing or photographing, and then we could actually put them together into an exhibition later. So those were our general ideas for this.
So those are all going forward in the future. Right now, you're just talking about
For this one, we would do just the concert, and I would put it out to the artists that we already have at our market if they would be interested in coming and painting or drawing something.
At this first concert?
They would be able to come and do it at this first concert. But it wouldn't be a setup of booths or anything like that. It would be an easel, a chair, perhaps a small table. So they'd be all kind of scattered around where the guests would come and listen to the music.
You wouldn't be charging them to show up. They would be part of the event.
Yes, exactly. It would just be another aspect to the event.
So there's no revenue that we would get.
We would not get any revenue from that.
So where did you come up with $2,400 for the bands? That seems to be a lot for a test case.
It's actually less than substantially less than what our concert bands are that we spend for the concert series during the summer. And we based that on the information that Jeff, the citizen who's helping me, he's the musician, and so he knows these bands, and he was able to get some ballpark prices.
And we would have to provide the sound equipment technician, the risers and the lighting?
Generally, yes, for these bands. That's something that is in addition to the price of the bands. Because
Do we do that now?
No, it is all part of one package. They bring their own sound. And they don't bring lighting, and if they wanted a riser, they would bring that as well.
Do we have the sound equipment and stuff, or do we have to go rent it?
We would have to rent that. We don't have that kind of sound equipment.
And that's why you have $500.
That is, yes.
And what about staff cost? Parking, the police patrol, admin.
Generally, for staff cost, it would be my cost for being there. And for parking, we have been using CRCI, which is a volunteer basis. They do it as part of their program. And so those are who we've been having do those. So we also added in just the site preparation, which would be for putting out the cones and things like that, and any power that we would be using that day, as well as having the restrooms cleaned and advertising as well, which would just be some banners for around town, and we would use social media generally.
What are we discussing right now? Are we discussing one event on the 20th of October?
Yes. For now, I'd like to discuss just the first event and see how it goes. If we get a great response to this, then I think it's something that we can talk about doing next spring, but the idea would be to have some sort of a music program that would be on the shoulders of our main season concert program.
Well, I do like the idea of doing a pilot program. We'll see how, if we approve this, we'll see how it goes.
Sure. And the price of the bands would go down if we didn't have the 18-piece band, but we wanted to have kind of a, lack of a better word, a big bang for the first event to kind of drive the interest in it.
So you're talking about a couple different bands for the inaugural pilot event.
Yes.
One would be the 18-piece band.
And one would be a 5 to 8-piece band.
One would be an opening
yes.
group or a closing group.
Yes. But and all the musicians would be from the local community.
Including the 18-piece band?
They are based in North Myrtle Beach. So
Well,
close, but not
I'm not
that
a jazz
local.
fan, but certainly there's a lot of things that I'm not necessarily don't appreciate, but can have merit. I look at this as having other associated costs with it, because obviously we can't expect them to take care of manning parking under, God bless you, Susan, parking under the bridge, that has to be done with an employee. There's, DPW is going to have stuff. I mean, there's going to be associated costs with it that I think are not completely shown in here. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I could be swayed by other members of council here.
I don't have a problem with doing a trial. I think some of these initial costs may be a little bit higher than I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
But I like the idea of a new idea. We've been looking at ways to expand the shoulders of our season for a while. This has 3 weeks between it and our Sunset at Sunset, so it's not direct competition with that, and it doesn't have the vendors and the same type of marketing as that. So that's not a problem. I agree with Pete. I think your staff and preparation costs are probably underestimated.
Okay.
In times in that.
Another event, I know we are planning on adding an event that would be around Easter time, but I don't have the numbers on that, so I didn't bring it as well. So that would be another event for the shoulders.
I also like the idea of, number one, as I said before, the pilot program. I think that's important to see if we get a response from the community. You don't know. Pete might go and he may enjoy it.
Exactly.
I don't know what's going to happen here, but but it's something I think it's worth trying, and I think we would hope it'd be successful.
I hope so.
John mentioned the shoulder section, and that's been talked about, but something. So you're trying it, and let's give it a shot.
And hopefully, music has been always popular here for any of the events that we have. So if we can build on that success and maybe try something a little bit different, I think we could be open to trying something a little different. Maybe we'll get some more people out.
And please gauge feedback for us as this event occurs and as you set it all up and all that kind of stuff. So it'd be good to come back with us and let us know. Give us a report on how it went, how successful.
I would look for a low end or negotiating lower prices from these guys to do this test bid coming in.
Okay.
Especially since it's in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to the jazz?
I don't know. It seems like an awful lot of money to me. We want to extend our seasons to bring revenue into the town. I don't know that this will bring any. Where's the money come from?
I think it was more, the intention of it was more as a benefit to the permanent residents, the full-time residents, as opposed to having something that's more focused on bringing. It wasn't intended to be a revenue driving event, but.
Well, where does the money come
but
from?
if you also look at the idea expanding the shoulders is the idea of getting people to come and stay longer, and with doing that you are actually doing some marketing and selling to the town. And also attracting people to come. So it probably would meet the purview of accommodations tax to be able to go into that. Yes, it is still spending money, but but it's,
We'll have to get a rule. You might be right, I hope you are.
Where is this money coming from?
accommodations tax.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the hosting a Jazz in the Park event in October of 2024 as a pilot event. I would add that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Any opposed?
No, he voted.
Hey,
Okay.
Jan.
Thank you,
You
Amy.
get a rap event, we'll let you.
It wasn't too bad, was it?
You beat the rapper. Beat the rapper. 2 cents. You can do it.
Great, go ahead.
Next up, UDO text amendment, open space requirements. Ms. England?
Thank you, Mayor. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend an amendment to the UDO Article 4 subdivision regulations, specifically Section 4.11 and 4.15. This is to clarify the open space requirement, size allocation, and to remove sidewalks from open space allowances. I just basically need you to accept the planning board's recommendation and to schedule a public hearing for July 1, 7 o'clock.
Discussion?
I've got a question. And maybe I'm just confused, but on page 2, D1 and D2, it says open space shall have a minimum depth and breadth of 50 feet in all directions, 50 by 50. And the following line says each individual open space shall contain a minimum area of 5,000 square feet. If you do 50 by 50, you've got 2,500 square feet.
No, it says a minimum dimension. No dimension can be less than 50 feet in length or in breadth.
Yeah, but
the
it's
area needs to be a minimum of 5,000 square feet, the overall area. So if
You
you're
can't
gonna-
have a 10 by whatever it is, 500.
Oh, I know.
Well, that's what it's doing. It's making it has to be at least 50 feet in all directions.
Which is 50 feet and
And that gives you
50
20
feet gives you how much?
2,500.
Okay.
But the basic guideline in this one is that the minimum overall is 5,000.
Because they don't want a strip of land that's forever qualifying as open space.
I have to think about it, but go ahead.
Well, but Mike's bringing up a good point here. I hadn't seen this before, even though I viewed the planning board meeting when they voted on this or when they discussed it. But it was a little bit convoluted as to they were changing some wording and it was going to then be incorporated. And I didn't see the whole wording until I'm seeing it here. I think that I'd like Wes to relook at the section that Mike Posdel just brought up, which is 4.15 D as in dog 1, because that needs to be specific that it does not count as open space unless it's if it's replacing a sidewalk, because that's our point in 4.11A1 is that if in layman terms, we have requirements that sidewalks be on both sides of the street in certain size subdivisions. We allow the developer to eliminate one of the sidewalks by putting in a multi-use path or greenway network, but that path shall not count towards the required open space because the sidewalks don't count towards open space. Right. So we have to be clear that if you're replacing a sidewalk with a bike path, it doesn't count towards open space. But if you are putting in a bike path or a greenway somewhere else, it does count as open space. And that is not clear as the language was written here.
So
Then we should
have Wes
table it.
take a look at that and
I'd
come
like,
back to us?
I would,
And bring it back.
I would submit that he should.
Okay, makes sense.
Y'all good to move along?
We all agree, table it.
You table it.
Table
Yes.
All right, moving on next to the RCCP grant funding resolution, 40th Street Living Shoreline. And if y'all have read over that, this is just another grant that's come up and just seeking to see the council will allow them to reach out about the grant, see if we can't get some money.
I'd like to congratulate McGill for being able to go back to the well a second time because we were even though we got a grant, and I see some other members of the RCCP, Mr. Corbett was one, I was one, Mr. Farrell was one, and others. We came up with, I thought, some pretty good projects, and this was one of them at 40th Street because of a flooding and stormwater issue, or a storm topping issue where it creates limits access. We were given $35,000, I think it was, to design it, and then we were asking for the money to build it, and we were not one of the qualifiers, and they found a way to go back now a second time. So I'd hope we'd get the $200,000-something to build this.
And the key thing about this also, Peter, it's not a matching grant.
Correct.
It's no cash on our part. It's like in kind to work hard. No matching is needed, so it's just money in the pocket. So that's a big good thing to apply for.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Do you have something to say, John?
Make a
motion to approve the resolution for the 40th Street Living Shoreline.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on next to the resolution opposing SB 675 ETJ. Again, you've all looked over this. We've reached out. We've spoke. Have everybody looked over the paperwork? They
Yes, sir.
good
Yes.
with it?
Yes.
All right. Do I have a motion that we will seek this
think Mike
resolution?
wants to
No, I just said I want a motion for him to sign it.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
We'll get that signed immediately and get it to them, please. Next up would be our disposition of directives. We have the PPI that they'll be reporting on July meeting. Is that correct, guys? Everybody's good with that?
1 July.
1 July.
You want to?
July the first meeting.
Do we need an
Do
explanation?
we need to
as
put
what
the
that is?
18 June meeting on here?
Yes.
Yes, it'll need to go on there too. The June 18th. That's the.
But the next meeting is July
dual
1st.
meeting.
That is the next Records Council.
Right.
meeting, yes.
June 18th.
June 18th, sir.
For the PIP.
Development.
Development agreement.
Yeah. Yep.
Public hearing. Anything else? All right. If not, public comments time again on anything. Anyone has floor? 3 minutes. State.
Christy Garnett, 7640 Front Street, known rental property at 410 4th Street. Not all these comments are from me. This is where I have talked to people in the town. It is sad what has happened in this town. I talked to people who live here and people who have been coming here for over 20 years. They all say that Sunset Beach has changed for the worse. No one wants to see our tax dollars spent on unqualified personnel. No one wants to see town personnel that are supposed to be working, sitting and talking to the parking attendant at the pier while on the clock. The fire chief and police chief should be listened to and respected and allowed to do their jobs the way they see fit without being micromanaged by the council. There are too many patrol vehicles on the beach. There are too many friends and family favors and not enough of what is best for everyone in the town. No one wants to see anyone's butt on the beach, male or female. I personally have seen a video of a man wearing a G-string and a sock, basically, and this is a family beach, and some people have been coming here for generations. I understand that the council approved the code to allow thongs. Well, if that is what you gentlemen want to see, then stay at home and look at it on your computer. Most people do not want to see it, and I especially do not want their kids to see it. I know I do not want my granddaughter to ever see what I saw on that video. It is my understanding that the town attorney has his education paid by the Gore Scholarship. I am currently looking into whether or not this is even a conflict of interest, considering how much the town deals with the Gore family in land negotiations. Okay, after tonight, why does the attorney have to write letters for the Grimes family regarding 429 4th Street? All you have to do is write a letter with the information, what you want to tell them, send it certified mail to each family member. The town administrator should be able to do that. I did it many times collecting money from my company. It's just another charge for something the town administrator should be doing for the attorney to do. And regarding the band, 18 pieces is way too much for this town. I don't think you're going to get your money's worth out of it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sean Arnold, 101 Planters Ridge Drive, Sunset Beach. In regards to the parking plan, and this is kind of a question for the fire chief, do we know if our ladder truck be able to swing into Dave's with the vehicles parked there because of the tail swing off of that vehicle? Yeah, I'm thinking there might be a tail swing issue there. And that's just something to think about because that's going to be pretty harmful to our vehicle if by chance, because if it gets damaged, it's out of service for a long time. I just want to say that, and this is towards the police chief. Chief, you're not going anywhere, buddy. This town got your back. I'm an old fireman. I was assistant fire chief for a long time. I can tell you when things get hot, pulled the collar up, we turtled up, we hung with it. Please just hang in there. Help is coming. I can assure you that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
John Hopgood, Sunset Beach Trading Company on Sunset Boulevard, 423. It's great that you're accommodating the working with the local business regarding the parking realignment at the town park, and we look forward to the same partnership in the future for the island businesses. Just wanting a clarification that the trial of the wind-driven devices does run through July 8th. I know you have a July 1st meeting, which I think was brought up. And I'm assuming that any decision made at that meeting would not start or end or continue until the 9th of July. Let me know if I'm wrong, please. Personally, for the benefit of comparing apples to apples, I would like to see the trial run through the entire season so that when you have a beach report in the fall, you're actually comparing one year to another year versus how many contacts with visitors are you going to have in late July that were here under a different rule in June. On the internet, being that what it is full of conflicting information, not only regarding the trial period dates, but things such as the ordinances that are currently in place, metal shovels, holes, depth of holes. Right now on the Sunset Beach town page, it has strand rules with a comment to look at our ordinances here, which is, I believe, through MuniCode, which I believe is a subscription service. So the updating of MuniCode is not always instant. At the bottom of that page is Sunset Beach Rules 2023. So even on that, there is some conflicting information. Sand artists and maze people can dig holes, but only 12 inches deep, but anyone else can dig them 18 inches deep. Stuff like that is a little conflicting. As a local business with 34 summers of existence and not such a bad presence on social media, we're default ambassadors for visitors to the town when they come in and ask different rules and whatnot. It would be nice to be able to point them to a link or even to have a link of beach rules to put out there on social media so that everyone can know and print it off and put it in their beach rental houses. That's all.
Thank you, John.
Good ideas. Thank you.
Anyone else? And if not, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? More comments? All in favor?
Aye.